What up? Good morning. How we doing, fellas? What be poppin'? Yay. Good weekend. Back to it. Back to le grind. Le epic grind. Oh man. Some pretty cool stuff over the weekend. I'm going to go into it real quick. But before we do that, we might update the runway. Do 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 do. You know what I just realized? Do 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 do. It has the same fucking melody as the start. Funky Town and Sunshine of Your Love are the same. Same song. Crazy. I have both of them stuck in my head at all times. This is wild, dude. Let's peep the hole, dude. What was that? 1st of August, 21 smackaroonies. Lovely. 1st of August, 21. Almost enough to cover the day. And then it was 2. And then 3. So weekend. Now here we are today. At a nice round 60. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Alright, boys. Kenneth, how you doing, bro? I upgraded browsers, by the way. Finally. I'm no longer on Edge. I'm on Zen. And it feels goddamn amazing. Holy shit. Just having this full screen at all times with no sidebar, and a sidebar that actually is responsive. Ah, man, it's beautiful. Got workspaces as well. Not that I didn't have workspaces earlier, but workspaces with different accounts. So that means my recommended on this workspace, if I want to disable it real quick, I can actually get good recommended. I mean, all this, oh fuck. All this is kind of trash. Cyberpunk, why would I want that? I like using YouTube to feed me stuff every now and then for specific categories of things that I'm interested in. Like, here we go, dude. Oh, yeah. Disclaimer tutorial with heavy French accent, dude. Oh, yeah.
I also do not use to be on this, and I can also and press, but
Holy shit.
now it erased her hair.
This is actually going to be a banging tutorial. Wow. That's going to be awesome. All right. G'day, boys. How we doing? What's going on? What has been happening over the weekend? The $1 million question. Well, let's get stuck into it. This is going to be a video that goes up on the, that goes up somewhere. I actually think I might start live streaming again on the second channel, because I'm about to start using the main channel again for something. So, who knows? But anyway, I think what I'm gonna do is basically small daily updates at the start of every single stream. Maybe take like 10-20 minutes or so, just to go over what I was up to previously. So that way it can be like a nice condensed summary of the previous day's stream. For the peeps that just want to, you know, keep up to date without watching an 8-hour stream. Alrighty. So, I mean, a lot has been happening over the last few weeks. If we just run this guy real quick. I wish I had a good world to show off. Does anyone in chat have a good world that I can tour? That they can send to me over Discord? We can do a world tour. I separate them for streams, by the way. I just think that the notification, like, okay, so the fundamental problem is like, I'm creating one type of content, which is the stream, all right, which is like daily, I'm sitting here working, just doing game dev. Now, if I'm making a devlog, it's kind of targeted at a different audience. It's more targeted at like, yo, here's the game. Here's what I did in the game. Recently, right? So it's kind of like a different target, right? So yes, algorithm things, I would say. Just so it gets less confusing. This is something I've like gone back and forth on like endlessly. So I don't really know what the answer here is, but no idea. It's more consumer facing? Yeah, exactly. It's more for like the people who just literally want to buy the game and play it and keep updated on it. Whereas this is more like that. I mean, not really that. It's more for devs, right? There is some overlap, but I feel like separating them is probably wise. I don't know. Okay. Well, let's get stuck into the daily kind of recap, I guess. So, Yeah, I guess I kind of want a world to show off. Otherwise it's going to be kind of bland just looking at this blank square. Should I do a playtest real quick? I could. Yeah, why not? Let's just play the game. Alrighty. I think I'll just reset. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll record the video as I play the game. Okay. That'll be good. I don't really know what to do for an intro.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another Terra Factor Let's Play.
Yo. So, I've been in the mines. I've been in the mines. I feel like, how long has it been since the return of the streaming? I guess the best way to look at this is just to look at my time streamed, because that's like basically the work hours, right? So I came back on July 1st, then had a little bit of a break to do other stuff, and then started again. So I would say this is looking like around 3 weeks of work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, 3 weeks. Man, I'm like struggling to figure out how to intro the video. Alright, what is the purpose of this video? Well, it is to make daily updates on the progress of yesterday. Okay. So I kind of just need to like bootstrap it. Maybe. Let's see. I'm just gonna do a playtest, and then I'll figure it out. I think that's the play. Your first sale, quest complete. Kind of need to lose the Skyrim. Ooh, that was easy. Click on that. Nice. People unexpected to skim through the daily 9-hour streams. Outrageous. This is outrageous. Yeah. Okay. So what up? We're going to be doing a quick little recap of what I've been up to recently. I don't know what to call this, but daily update, I guess. So over the weekend, or really on Friday, shipped version 0.18 of the game, which, let me grab this. It's really the culmination of the electricity system and the tech tree, which is pretty great. I'm going to do a playtest real quick just to like get a nice little base going in the game to show you what that was. Show you what it's all about. Or chaotic gravitation. Do you have a world right now that I could go tour? Because I feel like you've got the most playtime. Or if anyone else in chat has a nice world where they're like an hour or two in. Love your hairstyle. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I styled it just for this stream, man. Just trying to look my best, you know. What do we want? Let's get that fucking rock on a stick, dude. Let's go. Yeah, hit me with that shit. Dude, I actually think just recording a quick little update of yesterday at the start of the stream and posting that every day is the solution to the problem I've been having for such a long time, where it is a pain in the ass to do stream highlights. Like a highlight of the stream recording, because it's like a 7-hour fucking long piece of thing, and trying to highlight that means you have to sift through so much shit. But what I can do instead is I can just do a highlight of the previous day at the start of every stream in a condensed little like 20-minute segment, and then just edit that. It literally solves the problem. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that sooner. We'll see how it actually goes, but I feel like that's totally the solution. I don't know. Which file folder do you need? Just the worlds folder. If you zip it up, that'd be good. Or just the world itself. If you look at this, if you go into the worlds folder, there'll be my epic world. If you just send this entire thing, that would be great. Slash marker? Nah, dude, Jake, I've tried. I've put so much time and effort into thinking about how to efficiently edit streams, and I've tried it all. I've tried the markers that are inbuilt on Twitch. I've tried putting audio cues in a separate timeline or in a separate track. I've tried retroactively just not recording, but recording with like a replay buffer and then saving that every time something happens and just editing the replay like clips. That's probably the latest thing that works all right, but it still takes a good like 3 to 4 hours to get a highlight done, which isn't that bad, honestly. And if I could justify spending 3 to 4 hours a day highlighting it, I would probably do that. Because it would be the most natural. But, you know, I'd have to get a good ROI on that. All right. So, I mean, basically what I've been up to in the last week recently, I mean, if we could zoom all the way out and just do a quick update, like overview of what's been happening on this entire project for the last, I guess, 113 days. Now, the days that I have here, these are work days marked, not like actual 113 days ago this happened. I just basically add a new day every time I've done a full day of work, which is, you know, minimum around like 5 hours or so. So I'll talk about what I got up to over the weekend right after. You know, there's actually way more stuff in here. Let me just update that real quick. SQL GigaChad. This weekend was pretty productive, I will say. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll go ahead and start streaming in general for people finding the VODs or even saying a problem with the day starting style. Right, yeah. That would be really good. I feel like I'll get better at this as time goes on. I definitely need to also just ship small vids to YouTube. And I will slowly improve. But this first one is going to be fucking dog shit. It's going to be bad, but that's like the prerequisite to starting anything, I feel like. It's gonna be all over the shop, dude. Let's see. Thank you for the world. In the middle of finishing stone carrot farm, but there's a copper farm. Nice. Sweet. Let me yoink that. Alright, we're gonna get a late game world right now and go over some of the stuff. Let's see what we got in here. The size of this guy, 2.6 megabytes of pure playtime, unadulterated epic content. All right, let's swap that in. Holy shit. Okay, so this is going to be the best way to kind of sum up what I've been up to. Over the last, I guess, 113 days, as well as kind of the return to working on Terrafactor, which happened, you know, full time, you know, roughly July 14th. How long ago that was. So, when I last took a bit of a break on Terrafactor, I kind of left off with this problem of there was this kind of I decided to make the game open world, and I got rid of this whole idea that you would go through and kind of progressively unlock more and more chunks. And I was adding a lot of scope. I was like, where is this guy? Let me see if I can find him. This will demonstrate it. Yeah, here we go. I was basically heading down the Terraria route of like trying to add in combat, and I was in the middle of doing a boss, the King Slime. For scale, I think we got a little player down here. Yeah, nice. So And I was like starting to think about multiplayer, and I was like, oh, you know, how maybe I'm gonna need to do like a big rework of the game to add that in. And it I left off in a pretty rough state of just adding a bunch of stuff in, but kind of breaking the fun of the game, right? So I took a little bit of a break. You can see there's kind of like a good couple months here where I was just focusing on other things. And then, yeah, recently around, you know, July 14th, or really it was July 1st. So, yeah. So, I took a bit of a break, got like a clear mind. I was like, okay, why would you step back a bit, all right? How do we strip things down and just make a really fun game in as little steps as possible? I keep saying we, but it's me. it's a me, Mario, all right? There is no we here. I'm kind of just grinding. It's a weird speech habit. I guess because I'm on stream, collectively we are a we. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying, guys? Yeah. You guys want to say hi to YouTube? I'll be sick. We did everything. Yes.
All right, man.
Okay. Where was I? We are the people that rule the world. Oh, it's nighttime. It's gonna be perfect. So, to cut a long story short, basically we've been grinding on the last few weeks to figure out how to make a game that is good. Ignoring all the giant scope things that I was in the middle of doing. I'm thinking multiplayer can wait for the sequel. I just want to get this out and like actually just have a good Steam release. So on that note, I guess let me kind of like walk through some of the stuff that's been happening. There's been kind of some crazy things. So this is a world from the homie Chaotic Gravitation, my main man. I guess he's got a little rock farm going on down here. So we got a power system which basically powers these harvesters, and then the rocks are getting sucked up into here. Oh, you're compacting and you're automating the cobble blocks. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. So these cobble blocks, when you place them in the ground, they give you a nice little boost of movement. 1.5x, so it's good for like making paths around the whole world. Also just looks nice. A little bit of base decor. You got like a little auto carrot farm going on over here. That takes the carrots, puts them in a chest. Nice. Not auto selling them. Understandable. Alright, I'm gonna need to fix that. God damn. Oh, the late game woes. Homie's too rich. This is rich people problems right here, dude. What do we got up here? There's another biome, the arid biome. This is where copper grows. Got a nice auto tree farm of this guy. I wonder where this is going. No, this is just automating the roots. Okay, cool. So then the roots go in here into the copper ingot, and then the copper ingot smelts and then comes out the end here. Nice. Huge, dude. It's so cool seeing these things just come to life. Like, in my brain, I was like, okay, well, you know, we can kind of just make harvesters and have a auto smelter furnace thing and conveyor belts. And on paper, it could work. But now, in reality, it actually does work. Very cool. So I guess this last week, really, the main theme has been adding in the tech tree. Oh, we have a nice little piece of music coming in. Let's crank that up, man. So the tech tree, I mean, I was inspired by Minecraft mods, basically, for this. I really liked how they handle quest progression. Or like, it doubles as a few things. One, it kind of tutorializes things a little bit without it feeling too tutorially. Like, it kind of guides you through the game and through the tech and like what you're supposed to do. Or like, not what you're supposed to do, but like what you could do, right? And all along the way, you're kind of just claiming rewards and getting rewarded for the whole process, right? So it's really cool. The other thing, I can't remember what the other thing was, but it was something. I'll come back around to it, man. Yeah. So tutorialization, and I feel like that's kind of it. I mean, you just kind of get rewards for things as you go. Just feels like it gives a nice driving factor to the game. And I was basically trying to solve the problem of people hopping into the game, not really knowing what to do. Maybe they missed like a core piece of content. So in here, I can kind of describe that, like, yo, there's an arid biome up north that you can go check out. That kind of gives you, you know, the idea to go do that, right? It's almost like a game designer gets shipped with the game and can tell you the goals. So that's pretty cool. That was probably like the last week or so of work. It's pretty good. Made like a nice editor for it. I'm very proud of this editor. Just using GUI for some of the caveman stuff that we can kind of edit this inline here. Also drag around the nodes. Create a new piece of thing over here. Parent it. And we add that to the first sail over here. So we can do like a nice little branch over this way. I don't know what this would be. And then to actually like implement the piece of content and not have it marked as a draft. Basically, I mean, I could save the changes here and show you exactly what that looks like. I'm super proud of this. Managed to marry data that we can kind of edit with an editor and code inline. So let's go take a look at this guy. I don't know where it is. I think it's down here. Yeah. So we just added this node in. And we could just start programming this. Like, do whatever to actually, like, meet the requirement. Now, there's no hot reloading. You actually have to, you know, exit out of the game, build, and then go back in. But it wouldn't be too hard to add hot reloading, and I just honestly can't be fucked. So you can see the quest just got completed there. It has kind of nothing on it, but that's because I added in the crafted wire amount greater than 0. So wires have already been crafted, so the quest is now done, right? But yeah, code plus data inline kind of married like this. Like this persists across saves. And it's just amazing. Because like all I need to do to add in a piece of content is just everything's right here. You don't have to go to like 3 different spots in the code base to, you know, mess shit up. It's great. Very proud of this. Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of it. I don't know. What else we got? What else we got on the agenda? So all in all, yeah, V18, that was really just the culmination of the electricity system and the tech tree. So the start of big tech progression epicness should be pretty cool. I feel like there's a nice kind of foundation here for progressing through tech and doing all kinds of cool stuff. So last but not least, I guess let's check out the medium playtime. This is what I did over the weekend. So yesterday, I sat my ass in chair and I went over to Post Hog and I finally figured out how to calculate the median playtime, which is really cool. It's in that 1 hour and 20 minutes, which is fucking massive. I have never been able to make a game that has a median playtime of anything more than maybe like 20, 30 minutes. And after, you know, I guess 100 days or so of dev, it's at 100, it's at 1 hour, 20 minutes. It's just insane. So it's just gonna keep going up. Average playtime 2 hours. So I kind of need to make like a visualizer for probably like a, what's that long graph called where you like bucket things into things and you can kind of see like the various buckets, like a histogram or something? Someone in chat will know. Yeah, that's why I don't auto sell them well. The amount of times I've crashed from selling carrots. 10 hours for me? Yeah, that's insane. So, game's good. Game's good. It is excellent. What do you use for the analytics? So this is Post Hog. Absolutely fucking goated analytics platform. Basically just send a post to an endpoint. Like we can see in here. This shit just gets posted off. You know, you format like a nice little event like this. And on this side, hold up, let me peep it. You can just see events kind of rolling in. So someone entered the game, picked up an entity for the first time, chunk unlocked, all this stuff. Just kind of rolling in live, right? So there's many things you could literally do anything with this, like create any kind of visualizer on anything you want. The main thing that I've been aiming to do with this is just calculate median playtime, because I feel like it's the one metric that actually matters. I mean, that's kind of obvious. It's like, how long did someone play the game? It's a very good indicator for, is game good or not? Or am I heading in the right direction, right? And Steam does give you this, but they don't let you choose like a date or like a time range to like calculate it across. So you can't really see if your new updates are improving median playtime that much. So that's why I wanted to, you know, add in PostHog and figure out how to do this myself. It's also been really fun just trying to create visualizers and actually see the metrics of like, yo, this is how many people play in the game. It's really cool. Definitely want to add in some kind of like weekly active users or something. Probably do that now, actually. Let's see. Yeah, weekly active users right here. It's very built in. Very cool. Shows the number of unique users that use your app every week. Yeah, sweet. So I basically spent maybe like 5 hours yesterday learning SQL so I could actually calculate median playtime here, because PostHog is built for web apps pretty much, so it's not very game friendly. So there's been a lot of, you know, road bumps along the way of trying to figure out how to actually use this entire thing purely through their manual API, just sending like post requests. But yeah, I've done it. I've completed it, boys. So I basically just spent the entire day yesterday talking to Cursor, Claude 4 Sonnet, and just getting it to basically kind of teach me SQL live. It was a long trip, but I didn't want to just throw in, yo fam, give me like median playtime and like call it a day, because then I wouldn't really be confident in the number being correct. But now that I went through the whole thing, like from the start, I was like sitting here writing, just literally trying to understand how the fuck SQL works, piece by piece. And I feel like I got a pretty good grasp on it now. Good enough to kind of get by and do things. So 1 hour, 20 minutes. DG, well played. I now have a number, a North Star number to look at as a metric, which is really cool. Yeah, and that's kind of been everything up until now. As for the future, I kind of want to, well, this week, the main goal, and that's where we're heading into today's stream. $34 counting the old version. That's insane. Granted, 26 hours for the ending. That's insane. What the fuck? Yeah, I have to bring the ending back in. Yeah, the Minecraft quest book feels awesome since it's not forced, just guides and shows new unlocks. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that inspo just came from playing Minecraft mods. So, recently, I played, what was it? All the Mods 10. And this was just like one page of the mods. Well, like one page of the quest book, specifically for mystical agriculture. And yeah, you can see it just kind of step by step kind of guides you through all the content that's in the game. In a way that just feels super motivating to play through. I don't know what it is, but just having like a clear kind of, okay, I could progress this way or I could do this. It gives you things to do. And I feel like the moment you run out of things to do in a game like this, that's when you churn and stop playing the game, right? So it makes sense to add in a system like that that helps you not do that. Should be good. Let me delete this real quick and actually get this back to a good state so I don't forget to completely unfuck it. Yeah, it's so cool having the content, I guess, be in an Odin file. That's code. But also be able to edit that visually. Yeah, it's been a problem that's stumped me for so long. Just being able to manually kind of fine tune the positions. Man, so cool. And now it's in source, so it's great. Okay. There we go. So all in all, pretty good progress. Shit's going well, mate. The next thing that I want to do, is add combat back into the game. Now, a while ago, you know, we had combat in. I actually had this little slime dude bouncing around. I don't think I can hit him because I don't think any of the weapons right now actually register as weapons. No. So basically going to add a health bar back in, add back in death, and some kind of threat to... I don't really know. I'm like kind of torn on adding this in because it definitely increases scope. And if I do it wrong, it's going to be very annoying because you're just going to keep dying and getting your base wiped by enemies, which will suck. But if I get it right, I think it's going to be really good. Because out of like any of the games, like Minecraft, really just Minecraft. Like, or yeah, Minecraft, Factorio. I feel like a big part of it is the satisfaction of mowing down your enemies. You know, like what is tech without people to kill tech with? Kill with tech. It's kind of fucked up, but it's I like you, man. I like you. So that's kind of the goal for the next week. I have no idea how it's gonna go, but I guess today I'm gonna lock the fuck in and add it in piece by piece, and we'll see. But yeah, anyway, if anyone wants to playtest the game, if you're watching the YouTube vid, there'll be a link down in the description to the Steam page. Like this guy. Is that gonna work? Yeah. So yeah, if you go to the Steam page, if you're going right now, ignore the fact that the game looks like shit and very outdated. I haven't updated the trailer or the store page in a long time, but you know, you can go check a little cheeky wish list if it's your kind of game. There's also the playtest. So if you click request access for this, you can actually play the game right now. Test it out. Let me know what you think. Give some feedback, or just, you know, sit there and make some factories. Get a bit comfy with it, man. Yeah, that's that. I am going to figure out combat. That's the goal. I'll see you guys in the next daily thing. Yeah. All right, video done. Great. Excellent. First daily update recorded. That was 50 minutes, 40 minutes long. That's going to be a kind of a bitch to edit, but hopefully I'll get better at that with time. All right, what's up, boys? But everyone joining live, coming in, just recorded a little daily update. I think I'm just gonna do those at the start of the stream, so that people don't have to watch 7 hours to catch up on what I did today. Didn't realize you were recording. Yeah, I mean, there we go. Shit solved, dude. So plan for today, boys, and you know, you can see by the stream title, is we're gonna figure out how to get fucking combat in, man. We ain't gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna figure out how to get a bunch of these motherfucking slimes bouncing around and you mowing them down with your bare hands. I've got to make them not fucking stupid. They're just bouncing around. The homie's going off into the void. Come back, bro. What are you doing? Yeah. That's the goal. Should be pretty cool. This world is sick, by the way. I feel like we've got to do combat, and I am actually saying we, all right, because you guys are included in this. We collectively, as a people, have to figure out how to add combat in a way that doesn't suck. Now, I've got some ideas, and it's just gonna be a matter of, you know, chuck them in and testing them out, seeing what people think. And we will come to a consensus on what is good and what is not good. But the only way I'm going to know is if we test it out and see what happens. So let's get stuck into it. Let me walk you through my thoughts on everything so far. So a big problem I saw with combat ages ago is that when you're kind of like at the start of the game, I would love to have worlds. I don't want to break this world, but I also want to reset the game. This is a problem. Tell you what, I'm gonna have a restore from backup feature. I reckon. Maybe. Not sure. Not sure. Really just need to add like a world selector in. So we just have different maps. Fuck it, we bolded. Alright. That boxer, what up, bro? What the land price is based on? So if they don't have it explicitly set, they just scale exponentially. World loading side tangent? No. Nah. Old me totally would have done that, but not today. Not today. So the main problem that I saw when I had combat in ages ago was people playing the game and nighttime fell and they had no weapons and they just fucking died, and it was a horrible experience. Which is fine, but it's not really fine for the cozy gamers out there that don't want to die. So I want to try and figure out how I can make it cozy still, but not too cozy. You know what I'm saying? Like straddle the line of, okay, this isn't a hardcore survival sim where you die all the time, but it's also not a peaceful game, right? And I think the main thing is going to be, okay, spawn enemies at nighttime, sure, but only once, I guess, you get to a stage where, you know, maybe you've got 4 or 5 chunks. So this 5th chunk, we could just say that there's an enemy nest that gets spawned in here, and that'll kind of like start actually introducing enemies into the game. So that way, you know, you're a little bit prepared. You've got a flint on a stick or whatever. You know, you could even make it in the 3rd chunk. But yeah, so that'll probably be like the activation point. And then from then on, you're going to kind of need to make your bases a bit defendable. So add walls in. So you got to make a nice little structure to have your base inside, so the enemies don't just come and fuck it up. But then how do we solve the problem of, like, you're trying to build this massive sprawling factory and you don't really want to enclose the entire thing in walls? Maybe you do. Maybe the problem is solved. I don't know. I think it's going to be one of those things where I'm just going to need to, like, ship an update and see how everyone reacts to it and what the various playstyles are. But definitely need to add in some kind of, like, defense mechanism. So, like, turrets, some kind of, like, thing where you just dig a hole and then you put spikes in the hole, and now the enemies will just kind of kill themselves on that. I think that'd be cool. For the late game, yeah, just turrets, honestly. Like, you just place down a turret, or even mid game, and then you feed ammo into it. So then, you know, you've also got an excuse to autocraft the ammo and create a system for that, right? So I think that could be interesting. It's just a matter of, like, how do we actually spawn the enemies in? That's kind of the first problem to solve, I think. Like, how do we get to a point where homie just pulled up? And then after that, the next problem is making them not fucking autistic. And having good pathfinding, which I think I know how to do that. I've already got pathfinding in from a while back. And I asked Cursor how to improve this, and he was like, yo bro, here's some quick fixes you can do for pathfinding. And it was great. So that's the plan. I think we just knock it out piece by piece. That's it. Guard dogs, yes. Yeah, there's so much opportunity here for making, like, interesting base defense stuff. I want to do, like, a Tesla coil that just expands energy and then just zaps everything in, like, a 5x5 radius. You just expend, you, like, charge it up and you expend, like, a massive charge that just insta kills everything. You could even make it so that when you walk over wires, if it's high enough energy, it'll just completely zap you. That would be cool as well. There's so much possibility here that adding in the combat adds, which is cool. So, very epic stuff. Your YouTube is behind lol. I mean, maybe. It's always behind by like 30 seconds. Or my chat was behind. Okay, there we go. I hit that refresh. Yeah, and then there's another thing, which is the resource style. So this is a little bit late game, and I think this is going to be really fucking cool. This is the main reason why I want to implement combat, because I have an idea. I have an idea for a kind of unique thing that I've never really seen done in games before, which is always, whenever I have an idea like that starts off like that, it's always a bad idea. It's always a horrible idea. It never works out. of all the times in the past that I've come up with that, it's been fucking the end of me. And I've just spent time working on something that was horrible. But this time's going to be different. Probably not. I have no idea. But so many times in games like Factorio or even like the Minecraft mod packs, you're sitting there making a bunch of tech and advancing, and it's great. But the threat element at some point kind of just goes away. And combat becomes this thing in the game that isn't really consequential, especially in Minecraft. Like, you get like a strong enough weapon and armor and you're just invincible, and like now the zombies and skeletons, they just become an annoyance more than anything. And then in Factorio, you know, you solve that annoyance by making the auto turrets and like problem solved. And now the problem kind of goes away. You just got to make sure you maintain it. But what if there were another level to this where there are dungeons out in the world? Okay, so you keep unlocking chunks, and then you come across a chunk that has a little orb sitting in here, or some kind of gateway, right? And this brings you into a dungeon, which is just this kind of like unique map or whatever that you just kind of design ahead of time. And it would essentially almost switch into a different game mode. So the whole goal of the dungeon is to kind of run the dungeon in one go without dying. If you die, you lose all the resources that you accumulate in the dungeon, maybe even your weapons. So you got to like choose what to risk as you dive it. Not sure, but we'll see. You just obviously make that clear to the player that they're going to lose that shit if they fuck up. Yeah, so you just basically make this kind of thing, and then at the end of the dungeon, you have a big boss. And you defeat the boss, and the dungeon, you know, you exit out of the dungeon, and now you've just run it. So I really like this idea, because it essentially means that you can keep adding in the Terraria style conquest. I would call this entire idea conquest. Conquest game mode, where it's, you have enemy, big boss man, okay? You're gearing up to fight this guy. You kill him, and now another enemy pops up, which is like a little bit bigger and a little bit badder, and now you got to go craft the next kind of tier to do enough damage to kill him. And then, you know, rinse and repeat. That's like just another kind of axis of gameplay. So this would essentially give meaning, like a fuck ton of meaning to the combat side of the game. And if you just think about it, when you're in Minecraft with the boys and you are at the end portal with the homies and you all jump in the end portal to go kill the Ender Dragon, that's what this is. You're essentially like running a dungeon, and it's very like high risk, high reward kind of thing, but you just do that over and over and over again. And that would be a nice axis of content as well. And to kind of ground this in the world as well, you could say that if you leave it alone for long enough, then the enemies inside the dungeon will kind of start overflowing out into the world. And that could also be the lore of like how the enemies kind of spawn in the world. And what's cool about this is you could actually purposefully make this overflow, because you haven't cleared it in a long time, and set up like a ring of just spikes, so that when the enemies overflow out of the dungeon, they just fucking die, and then you just have a bunch of suckatrons that like suck up the resources, and that's how you could automate enemies. Could be pretty cool. So I think this idea is fucking sick, and I'm gonna give it a shot. At some point. Not now, but at some point, definitely want to give this a shot in the not so distant future. Because I think this is also how I circle back around to, you know, this conquest side of things, the Terra in Terra Factor, which is the Terraria, right? Got the Factor sorted. It's feeling pretty good. Average playtime 2 hours. We've got to add in that terror side of things, and I think that's just gonna like extend things along. So yeah, it's my idea. I think it'd be pretty cool. The Vault Hunters, yeah. So I actually got the idea from Vault Hunters, but I didn't like the execution of it as much, and I didn't play it much. But that's where like the seed of the idea came from, and that got me thinking, because it's just such a cool idea. You're building in a world, right? You're building a base, you're doing all this stuff, and then you flip into this idea of like, oh, I'm gonna go out and like run this dungeon, and it just becomes this event that's like really sick. And if you have multiplayer behind this, like, it's fucking absurd. Like, just that idea of like you and the homies at the end portal jumping in to kill the Ender Dragon, like, fuck, so good. It would turn it into an insane game. So yeah, that's the idea. I'm going to tackle it at some point. But first up, just got to figure out how to actually make it so that enemies kind of trickle into the world. Full stop, right? So yeah, let's crank the Skyrim. Get crack-a-lackin', dude. A dungeon is going to take away from building a base, so is that not a tangent? No. I mean, they will take away from it in a meaningful way, because you'll find resources in the dungeon to help build your base better and progress through the game, right? It would just be a way of tying it into the game and not having it be this disparate, like a limb just kind of hanging off that doesn't really add much to the game. Yeah. So you have 60 days to complete the game. What happens when time's up? No, this is just when I run out of money. And when I run out of money, I'll cross that bridge when it comes. It's a nice round number, 60 right now, but if you actually look at the Runway calculator, you can see everything in there. Yeah, if it gets to 0, I will solve that problem when it comes. Okay, that's that. Kind of just get combat in, dude. Let's do it. Enough yapping. Enough yapping. Time to program. It's programming time, man. Oh, yeah. So, what I would like to do... Maybe step 1. I don't really know, but... Just get this guy feeling not shit. I don't know why he's bouncing up against everything. That's weird. Or does that have collision, maybe? I don't know. Wild. Alright. Let's go peep the slime. See what he's doing. See what the homie's up to, you know? I think I just got rid of the player target. I think that's what I did to kind of disable that. If should aggro. If the distance is less than the aggro range and the entity target
I like money.
Seeing updates from you always re-ups my motivation for game development. Good luck, Brosif.
Thank you, brother. I'll keep them coming, man. Appreciate it. I don't know why the thing didn't go in the chat. Maybe it did. No. Where is the notif? Oh, there we go. What came in? Thanks, Alan. Thanks for the 5, man. Thanks for the 5, broski. Chuck that in the runway. Bonk. Look at that. Up to 61 now. We were hovering on the edge. Alright. Zooey Mama Boys, I think I got the cheese touch. On God, bro. On God. F's in chat. Okay. Yeah, this crash should be solved now, because I was fucking some shit up. I wasn't using handles, I was using pointers. You can't have that. Is enemy target proc? Okay. It's equal to is enemy target. Well, enemy target is in flags. Yep. So, I mean, he should be getting a target. We'll see, though. He is getting a target, I think. Yeah, huge. It's colliding with a bunch of weird shit. Fucking dumbass looking ass. Alright, so let's solve that next. Why do the slime be colliding with that fell? It's gotta be physics somewhere. Yeah, against. That'll be that. It's probably using the collision event to determine whether it's colliding. Or not. I'm now going into power down mode, where I don't talk loudly, I just quietly do things, so I can have as long of a stream as possible. I guess I can probably just kind of breakpoint here, actually. Maybe. Yeah, look at that. Alright, against is don't bring a root. I guess it doesn't disable collision. Why don't we collide with it though? It's in the plants category. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna need to be way more explicit about collisions. We need like a, one of them fucking matrix things. Yeah, I mean, I guess category is fine. And then in the slime, collide with, oh, here we go. It's literally already here. Did we just disable the plants? There you go. Problem solved. So I'm gonna need an idea of overlap with as well. Oh look, we already have that. Does that get used anywhere? No. I mean, no longer checking for overlap because it feels pretty silly. It might have been a reference to something else, I don't know. But I'm gonna just say to do, bring overlap back in ADK, bro. Maybe. Right, huge. Huge, did. Alright, so we got that in. That is good. Now we're just gonna make it so that we can actually hit this guy. Which is probably just a matter of looking at Sword. Attackable, true, hitbox shape. Yeah. So let's see how the swinging works. Rather move that down. It's one of those things where like you kind of almost want it at the coal site. I don't know. So yeah, I just gotta make it attackable, I think. Just strange because it should be attackable. Let's see. Where does this go? Just see without axe, for example. Yeah, look, it is attackable. Hitbox and everything. Should attack hit entity. Ah, okay. So yeah, we're doing a masking thing here. Which, yeah, that's the reason it's not hitting. It's not one of those things where it's a matrix. Kind of. See. You know, it's dropping frames on the stream. It's looking pretty good on my end. It's no network drops. What do you reckon streaming helps or hinders dev? I think it's pretty even. I don't know. If you zoom out, you say what constitutes helping dev? Is it important to have eyeballs on your project for whatever reason? Like, I've met friends through live streaming that I've like gone on to work on games with. The entire playtest has just been through people discovering the live stream so far. So, and that's given incredibly useful feedback on the game. Also, live streaming is 61 days of Runway. Like, everyone's been donating to help that number go up. That's a pretty big reason, right? So, like, there's... You gotta, like, zoom out and, like, figure out what constitutes dev. If it's just purely, am I getting more work done on the game? I don't know. It's kind of hard to measure that. Because like in some ways, you know, I just read your chat message, right? And I'm now talking about that instead of working on the game. But in other ways, it forces me to sit in my chair and continuously work for like 7 hours. Like I can't go get distracted doing something. So I would say it probably evens out in that regard. And so for pure productivity, I don't think it helps or hinders overall. That would be like my gut check feeling, but I had no data to back that. It's also hard to measure that. Like, it's a very personal thing, I think, and there's a lot of variables involved, so I'm not really sure. No idea, dude. I'd say overall, net, if you zoom out, take everything into account, yeah, it's been insanely helpful. All right, be able. Where is Randy? I don't know, man. Randy K. You streaming dev helps me work because I put you on in the background all the time. Yeah, so that's another thing. The net benefit, the net benefit of humanity. All round, I think W's are being taken. All right, let's get into it. Let's get stuck into it. So the whole reason the axe isn't hitting thing is because of this. So really, I would just say if category, entity category, yeah. Bro, why does that happen? What hotkey am I pressing to open this? That's weird. It's kind of weird, bro. Okay. If mask is in. I don't know how to compare this bit set. I guess what I want a all mask all is not equal to 0. I don't know. What's the syntax here, man? Not equal to empty? Is that legit? Or do we mask and not equal to empty? Hold up. Against category, it'll match everything, so it'll be left with ones. If the 1 is not equal to empty, then it means that we can have any of the ones and return true. Yes. Okay. That I think should work. I'm sure there's a better syntax for this with Odin. God damn it. I need to make edge not my default now. I'm gonna figure that out real quick. Huzzah. There we go. Dude, Zen is so much fucking better than Edge. Holy shit. Even just the time to open something, like, quick as fuck. It's not instant, but it's quicker than Edge, bro. What am I looking for? Bit sets. What do we got here? Plus equals. Take equals. Interesting. That's cool. That's nice for like packing shit. That's awesome. Wow. I had no idea you could do that. I gotta read through this book, dude. What am I going for here? I think it would just be comparing it to empty, right? It's kind of like the main thing I can think of. I don't think there's anything special for it. That'll do, dude. I gotta bookmark these. Very nice. My tabs are getting bigger and bigger. Not good. Alright, let me stand, dude. It's stand time. Up we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's real gaming hours. We're set. Almost as set as this bis set. Yeah. Alright, axe. Attack. Why isn't it attacking? What's happening? Oh, I did something. If attackable, return. Not quite. Not quite. Alright, so that should be hidden, but it's not hidden, so guess I'll just probably go fuck myself. Yeah. Should attack hit entity enemies. So does slime have the enemies category? It does. Really, we should check for mobs. So I might have done something wrong here. Does it still knock down the tree? It does. Interesting. 6, 7, 8, 2. Let's copy that. Dude, why is it fucking against so many things, dude? what? Is it going against? Yeah. It's going against everything. Okay. A little bit annoying, but how do I break on this? Can be whacked off by player. Yeah. That was an old thing. Should attack hit. Against, yes, I mean, it's still just not hitting. So it makes me think I fucked up this somehow. Weird that that's not even getting hit. So it makes me think it is something else entirely. If destroyable is not in, do continue. Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. Do I need that? Do I need that? I need it for other things. But I mean, I don't really think I need that. Because we've already got this. Yeah, this is gonna be dangerous. I'm not sure how much that's fucked things up, but I guess we'll find out. Removed this since it's probs not needed and complicates things. Okay. Well, after that, what do we do now? So in theory, it should get whacked by the scythe as well. Yeah. Nice. Man, so satisfying. So satisfying. Combat is making a comeback, dude. This was never actually shipped in any release, so no one's played this yet. I worked on this, and then I took a break, and then I came back and removed it. Why does the last hit destroy the slime more? Let's see. Stun. Dead. That's the reason. So it needs to have a decent amount of knockback, but not too much. Feels a bit weird. Nice. Yeah. Kind of like it. Alright, so I've got to do drops. For some reason the drops aren't working. Kill when we hit the ground, anti-destroy, attacker. Gotta of course do drops. Of course. There we go. Alright. The slime is back in and functional. So, I mean, I'm going to push that up real quick. I think... I'm a little bit confused as to how this actually still works, because the scythe should attack hit entity. Entity is full grown plant. Wait. Yeah, this... The scythe shouldn't be hitting it, but it is, which is weird to me. So it makes me think I fucked something up. Like probably this. Can be whacked off by player or... Okay, so... Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, dude. Actually, no, it's not. This is just the enemies. Alright, we can destroy this. That is not tricky at all. Goodbye. That was an old way of doing damage masking. So now it just calls that, which is good. So now that'll hit, but the scythe won't, which is good. I mean, it's not good, but I gotta make the scythe actually hit. Like a man. Let's see. It's kind of tricky because it's like a two-way thing. Do you say that the scythe kills an enemy from the scythe, or do you say that the enemy gets killed by the scythe? It's just one of those things. Just one of those things. I don't really have a solution to this yet. Yeah, don't know. I could probably use this mosque somewhere else, like it. This hits trees or mobs, or yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. IDK. So probably just shake out with time, if I had to guess. It's one of those things that can't really think about too hard right now. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I do not have the answer. But we can hit mobs with anything we want now. Anything that swings. Even a rock on a stick. If we so choose. Alright. So, I'm gonna push that up. Got a new day. Recorded day 1 of daily update. Slime enemy can now be hit with new system. With new tools and stuff. Slime hit with weapon. This is just, what am I calling this? Note. Notes update. Alright. Now this is done. What do I want to do with this? Edit and ship. Record. Monk. I like having project notes and then just kind of moving them into finished when I'm done. It's very satisfying. Okay. So, next up, how do you actually integrate these into the game design as it stands right now? I don't know. I would say probably just, well, it needs to actually do damage. That's probably the next thing. Yeah. Like bringing back the health and the death and all that kind of stuff. So bring that guy back. That'll be the health bar. Very nice. And now just gotta make the slime. And the post physics update. Damage entity. Against health greater than 0. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Player. Category players, will enemy target. Did I just disable the damage on the player maybe? Dead, idle, running. Maybe. I don't know what I did. Because you should be able to just like hit the player. But let's see. I can't remember what I did to disable this. Alright, at least we got something. Collision against normal. E.target new equals 0. Against is a player. Against is equal to the target entity. Which is nil. Why is that using e.target? I wonder. It's like it should probably be new target. If I had to guess. The idle, I think it defines the target, and the nil defines the target. A potential target should aggro target new, yeah. Yeah, it's just a matter of accidentally using the old target system. Can I get rid of this without too much trouble? Should be able to. If I just delete a bunch of old stuff. In fact, I'm probably just going to delete this entire thing. Bye-bye, Stumpy. Bye-bye. Okay, sweet. Still not quite working. But we'll see. Feels like the collision dot against isn't actually doing anything. Hold up. Collision dot against is 1-1, which I think should be the player. Says it doesn't have a target though. It's just weird. Move to target. Oh, I think I might know what's happening. It might be because this is getting zeroed here. Up top. Because we're like reaching the target in quotes. Just only do that for positional stuff, maybe. There we go. Well, that is death back in. Note this should maybe happen elsewhere in a state somewhere. Just had a bug where I'm trying to use the target in the post physics update, but it's getting zeroed. Okay. Let's bring back the death screen. Or the respawning. So it should be showing, but it's not really. Because of Z layer. Maybe. Cool. Okay. How do I want to do this? What do I want to do now? I don't know. I don't really know. That is cancer. I hate that. Man, combat's actually gonna feel really good. Well, just solve the problems one by one. Let's do it. The item drops is a quality of life thing. I don't really care about that right now. Biggest problem maybe is like the respawning, the regen. So we gotta disable the regen. I don't know where that is. Here. If not equal to dead. Right. I gotta fix that. Do regen. I think we need to come up with the concept of base building coziness at some point. And like, how is the player actually going to regen? Because I'm not too sure how that would happen right now. You could probably just make them eat these glow shrooms. Maybe. Cook some stuff in the campfire, I guess. That'll regen some health. And yeah, once you go into your base and it's cozy, then you'll want to regen health. But you gotta define like what the base is. And all that kind of stuff. I would imagine you just do a check for like your, is it near a collection of walls? I don't know what the actual algorithm would be, but eat carrots and no cactus. True. Baked potatoes on the campfire. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Plenty of things. Fishing mechanic. Gone fishing. Just make it so that if it's player drops, then we don't actually display this. That would be the easiest fix to that problem. Yeah, fuck it. That will solve le problem. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. Huge. Okay. That's one. What's another? Another is... I want the drops to spread out a bit. No? Actually, I would actually want to give them some velocity. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, there we go. I just gotta figure out why the animation is kind of fucked up. I think I might know. Probably just a bug. With the animation. Back. Yeah. The state. No, should be fine. What then? Yeah, I would guess the animation system. It's a bug. The e dot state anim index plus 1. Is less than the frame count, I think. There we go. If we spread it out a little bit more so we can see. Nice. What if we splash and then we drop items after that? I think that's the current problem with the animation. Or my my idea of what the animation should be. Let's look at the player. Death, 1, 2, 3. So I could increase by 1, I think. And that would maybe help me just go, yo. But I could also just do a timer after the fact. That's probably better, but I'm a little bit too lazy for that. I wonder if that'll work. It needs to be a slight delay, but it needs to be hand-tuned. Actually, there's a timer in here I could use. It's not bad. Not bad. I think the main problem here is actually just that I don't have icons for some of these guys, so it looks weird. I have to make small versions of all these, the drops, but it's fine. Alright, that is a shippable death. Player death. Shippable again. Very nice. Okay. What next? I mean, slimes are back. Back in action. Stronger than ever. Really just spawning them in, I think. So this is like I've done this a lot in the past, and we actually already have a spawn kind of down here. It's just disabled right now. So there's a couple of things that we could do. One, really just have like a nest. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. So now I gotta adjust that. 'Cause that is a problem. Let's see. Has anim reached end? So if the anim index is equal to the frame count and did frame advance. Yeah, so that's a problem. So if it's playing, then yeah, we kind of actually do want less than or equals, and then it plays out the last frame of the animation and hits the end, but it doesn't do this, right? If it's equal to end count, it's greater than or equal to frame count, else if the loop kind is equal to none, anim index is equal to frame count, take one. So, I mean, but that would kind of just infinite loop this over and over again. Is anim at end? Ah, we can just use that. That should be fine. Or not. So now we just use that. And an index is equal, really, it's actually just this. There we go. Best of both worlds, should be. That gave me 2 clicks. That's not good. Right, it's advancing on the end. Fuck it. Nice. So yeah. Slime spawning. It could be a nest type beat. I kind of want to lean towards that, I think. So like you unlock the 3rd or 4th chunk and then there's just like a slime in it. For whatever reason. He's just chilling. He fucking ends you. How do I do respawning? You can just say that it's a nest, but then what are the implications of that, right? Well, the good news is we're at the fun part. It's game design time. My favorite. Hello. Actually kind of do dungeons off rip, like a simple version of dungeons, because the idea is the mobs are overflowing out of the dungeons, right? And that's how they're spawning in. So I could just do a dungeon on like the 4th or 5th chunk, but have it not be a dungeon yet. Just have it be a simple nest thing that you can't destroy that automatically spawns them. And maybe also just spawn them at nighttime. I'm not sure. You could say that they spawn at nighttime after you discover the first, like after you discover the dungeon, right? So, I mean, I guess the question is, how do we mock up a nice little dungeon? That's the real question. Let's do it. Let's do it. Time to expand the great canvas once more. Okay. Okay. How is this gonna work? Probably, I don't know. Just fucking fuck around, find out, dude. Yo. I have an idea that might be a little bit silly. Might be a little... Okay, it might go a little bit silly hard. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Warning. This idea might go silly. A. That's totally got to be it. Hold on. Mock this up, dude. I could just fucking draw it. It'd be that hard. What's the flip horizontal command? Shift H. I have to draw this properly, but cue the music. Bro. You stumble across this motherfucker? You just get hit with that. I'm not going to play the full one because it's going to get copyrighted, but... And then you go inside, and now you're in the dungeon. And it's go time, dude. Survive or die. If you die, you lose all your shit. You just make it clear on entry that, you know, when you properly go in, because there'll probably be a staging room, right? Staging room, and then like big door that like you open up and then you go inside, right? Big door, in you go, and there'll just be like very clear warnings that like tell you once you go past this threshold there is no return, and then you run the dungeon. But off rip, basically before that happens, basically you're just going to use it as a way of spawning mobs. So this implies that you can walk into it, which I would need to do. Okay, so the thing is, I have done this before, and basically what would happen, it looks kind of shit because I haven't drawn the environment on the other side, but it's basically a gateway to another world or another like dimension, right? But it's seamless Portal 2 style. You just walk through it and then it opens up. I've prototyped this exact thing out in top-down 2D and it works fine. It's just I need render textures to be able to pull this off. And I don't have a system for working with render textures yet, but I'll need to get that at some point. So yeah. ADK, bro. One day. For now though, that's like the ultimate, I think, what I want the dungeon entrance to be. For now, I wonder if I could do something simpler. Because I ain't about to just go on a fucking day-long tangent doing render textures. Dandy, what up? Yeah, for data, for the most part, I use Odin. Especially now, after the after this. It's great. Play knockback when hit. Yeah, there's no UX or like feedback or anything on the player right now. It's very prototypey. Good morning. It's time now. It's bang on midday for me now. I made the mistake of placing cobbled paths everywhere I tend to go in the world, and now it's painfully slow walking on grass. Maybe I need to turn back the cobble path to be like 1.25. I don't know. Probably not though. You'll be able to get an item from one of the dungeons that lets you walk fast even on grass, maybe. There we go. When will you address the allegations that you are not actually programming a game? Dude, what allegations? Oh no, the internet people. They're coming for me. Stream buffering hella for me. That's a rip. Damn. So I don't know what to do in the meantime with the dungeon spawning. Like you could probably do like a Factorio style like nest thing. I want to figure out like a better environment for this as well. Better color palette. Kind of like the red. I also just have to figure out what the fuck I'm actually drawing. Which is a challenge. I think this top part just needs to pop way more. In fact, it definitely needs a highlight. Huge. Huge, dude. Oh, dude. Okay, so the one reason, or one of the reasons why I'm so excited for the dungeons is because it's going to allow me to put music in the game that is more than just ambient background lo-fi. I essentially can start channeling some of the experience that I got with Demon Knives to making like insane action sequences. That's going to be hype. I'm so excited for that. Holy shit, that's going to be huge. Yeah, that's kind of like a draft for that, I guess. I'm going to just place it there for now. So, what should we do instead? Temporarily. I know. Big cube. I need to figure out how to do top-down perspective. Consistently. Do you learn how to create music for your game? Yeah. Yeah, I'll boot up Ableton and do a bit of grinding. Already got a decent amount of experience, but I just need to get way better. Let's see. How to do top-down perspective drawing.
Before I start this video, there's one thing you need to know. Perspective in all 2D game art is weird. It's weird in side-scrollers, and it's weird in top-down. But in this video, I'm going to try and cover perspective in top-down games. And here I'm not referring to top-down games you see in Minecraft Merchants or GTA 2, but the type of perspective you would see in Stardew Valley or Zelda. So I'm going to start this by covering the concepts behind this perspective. And I'll be making some infographics that you can download for free on my Patreon as well. So when we're doing game art, we generally don't deal with perspective in the way you might have been taught in school. If you were to learn traditional art, you would learn about 1-point perspective or 2-point perspective. And if you were to paint a house in 2-point perspective, you would mark where your horizon is, and all these lines would converge at a point somewhere on the horizon line. And all these lines would also converge towards a point. This is all very similar to how we see the natural world. Things get smaller the further away they are.
You guys want to see something cool? Dude, why is my fucking sidebar on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I forgot to disable it. Yeah, that's a problem. That's the only problem with Zen, is I can't have extensions per profile, and it's fucking me up, dude. It's fucking me up. I was messing around on the weekend as well, I think Saturday. Trying to learn Krita and like figure out brushes and shit. I don't have my tablet hooked up right now, but I'm like in the middle of trying to figure out how to draw perspective. Taking a course. It's pretty fun.
So this box looks big on screen here, but the further back I move it, the smaller it gets. This doesn't work in 2D games. Suppose you drew a top-down version of this house in normal perspective, and then you had a rock like this. Now if you wanted to reuse this rock asset further into the distance, you can't just copy it and move it. You also have to scale it down and make it smaller. Having the same rock be really big when you're close to it, and really small when you're far away from it, would mean that you have to scale your sprite in real time as you move, and at that point it would just be smarter to use 3D. So what
Right. 3D update when?
What we do instead is we use something called parallel projections. Now instead of our lines pointing toward a vanishing point, they're just always parallel with each other. So if I change this same angle to a parallel projection, we will get this. We can see that these roof lines here are completely parallel with each other. But more than that, now we can take this rock here, copy it, and place it here, and here. And it always stays the same. So I can reuse this asset without having to scale it, which is great. Swapping between this view and this view makes our projection look kind of off, but you can see how games often do have something similar to this kind of view. Now there are lots of different parallel projections. Isometric is such a common projection that we actually name it, even though a lot of isometric games are actually dimetric, but that is not the point of this video. In top-down games like Stardew Valley or Fields of Mistria, we tend to want to see the roof and the walls of a building at the same time. But once again, we can't have the scaling problem we get with normal perspective. So we tend to use a projection where the z-axis and the y-axis align or overlap. So if this is our x-axis, then we have our y-axis here and our z-axis here, our height and our depth. These two overlap. What often gets confusing about this top-down view is that top-down games such as Fields of Mistria, Eastward, and Hyper Light Drifter could look superficially similar, but these games sometimes use two different types of projections. So you will sometimes see this top-down view called oblique top-down, and then you'll sometimes hear the term 3/4 axonometric perspective, or orthographic perspective. These are superficially similar, so it's easy to confuse them. If we look back to our house, if this is our natural perspective, then this is what we would call a 3/4 axonometric perspective, and this odd view is an oblique top-down view. Now you might think that no one would draw in this odd oblique projection, but this projection is used more often than you might think. So what is the difference between these two houses? Well, I'll start out with the odd-looking oblique perspective. If you just imagine that the width of this house is 1, the height is 1, and the depth is 1. Well then for our oblique perspective, if the x-axis has a length of 1, then the y and z-axis will also have a length of 1. This means that in our oblique projection, our dimensions are kept proportional. And so our house can be drawn as if you're looking at it from the front, and then at the top, and then you staple them together. Which we can see. This is our front view, and this is our oblique top-down view. There's only a small difference between the two, and that is that this roof actually sticks out, so it will be positioned slightly lower than it would on the front view. Same thing goes for the chimney and the window. They still look the same, but instead of the chimney being here, it's significantly further up. But other than that, the proportions are kept the same, so the view looks fairly identical. So drawing a box in this perspective can look kind of weird, but at the same time, it's rather easy to do. You just take the front view of a box, and then the top view of a box, you stitch it together, and there you have it, a top-down box. Okay, but what about our other projection, our axonometric projection? Well, the underlying principle is the same, but when we do this projection,
All my homies love the 3/4 axonometric
our y and z
projection,
axis
bro.
will get kind of squished. So if our house has the height of 1, then in our top-down view, it will instead have the height of 3/4 of that. And the same thing happens for our depth. Instead of the length of our house being 1, it now looks as if it's 0.75. So we get some foreshortening. But other than that, same as before, it's almost as if we take the top view and the front view and stitch them together. So in this case, our axonometric house is slightly more squished because of foreshortening, and thus looks a bit better. So you could
Okay, so to do a, in theory, perfect cube in this thing, top, or really side, top, both of them get shrink by 3/4, right? So this would be like the disgusting fucking normie yuck, you know what I'm saying? But then we can just shrink it down by half, and then I actually don't know. I guess if we just stuff it into a box, then that makes sense. But then it's just like half and half, right? Which I guess that makes sense. That's probably the perspective then, is literally half and half. That would make sense. So like 8 and 8. So to fix this, I would just get the size, which is 27, and then divide that by 2, which is, I don't know, bro. It's over for me. Alright, let's fucking increase the size. Alright, big. Yeah. So I was off by like a little bit. So, I mean, I guess that's probably how you would do it. I don't know. Now, if this... Okay, so if this was like a perfect like 1x1 cube sitting on the grass, then like that's how it would look, right? But if it was an embedded cube in the ground, say by like half, then it would actually look like this. And then to make it look even better, you just do a maybe one of these. Alright, I'm still not entirely sure how to shade this properly, but what I'm trying to do is just make it look like the grass is kind of coming up. So it's a bit overgrown, right? So yeah, I still don't really know how to do it, but I think that's good enough. Now, in terms of like the actual shading, I guess that's my next question is like, how do you shade top down? Do I always just assume that the sun is like top down, just beaming straight down? I would guess, because that would make the art the most consistent. So then the shadows are very kind of easy to do. Like this would basically be the shadow, right? I think. I actually don't know. It like probably shouldn't have a shadow if it's coming straight down. Right? Like in theory, a perfect top-down overhead sun on a cube would just have no shadow. Maybe. So there's nothing sticking out, right? So, kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. IDK, bro. I don't know how you'd do a highlight on something like that. Like I guess it would literally be a flat color. I don't really know if you'd get some maybe like bouncing around of stuff. I guess it depends on the material of like the cube, right? So like, is it grainy or whatever? What's the cube doing though? Have a little crack in the cube. Little cube crack, bro. Alright, how do I draw a divot? A divot in the cube. I would imagine it would be something like that. Ooh, okay. Okay. Very ominous. Ah, yes, the cube. I would actually, so the whole goal of this is to spawn slimes, right? I'm just gonna make him, like, come out the front. Just a little door. Little slime door, bro. How would a door look? Like just an endless kind of tunnel into the cube. Probably like that, right? I don't know. Getting a bit dark here, but... Wonder how like a cylinder would look, like a tree trunk. in this perspective, because I don't know if I nailed it. I think it might be too side on. Like my perspective might be a little fucked. I don't know. We'll see, dude. We'll see. Anyway, that could be a slime spawner. That wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be half bad, dude. What did that do? Give me some of that. Yo. Sure. I'm just like randomly drawing shit. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. I'm not even sure if this is what I want. I'm just like in the mode right now, dude. Just vibing.
could technically kind of start drawing if you just know this, but I think there's some more stuff that could be useful to know. And so we will start with talking about why this happens. So let's start with our axonometric projection, the projection where we get this foreshortening. So in order to get these type of fake perspectives that is somewhat different from how we view the world around us, we actually translate the 3D object onto a plane using graphical projections. We can kind of think of it as this plane being the paper that we draw on. And we just try to imagine what this paper would see if this point was translated onto this point on our paper, this point to this point, and this point to this point. Now in this particular example, all of these translation lines, these red lines here, are parallel with each other, and the lines themselves are orthogonal to our projection plane. It's orthogonal to our paper. And if you look at what this type of projection produces, well, we get our axonometric perspective. You'll sometimes hear this perspective called orthographic projection. An axonometric projection is a type of orthographic projection, and this orthographic comes from our plane here being orthogonal to our projection lines. So in order to understand why we get this foreshortening in this perspective, we can look back to our house. As we said, our house has the height of 1 and the depth of 1, but the image we are projecting onto the plane, onto our paper, is only as wide as the diagonal of this house. Now, Pythagoras' theorem tells us that this diagonal is square root of 2. And so each side here that we're projecting onto our image, our z-axis and our y-axis, will be half of that, square root of 2 over 2. Now, I mentioned before that our foreshortening factor is 3/4, and square root of 2 over 2 is not 3/4. It's not 0.75, but closer to 0.71. I don't actually know where this 3/4 come from. I might be wrong, but I think that this 3/4 tend to be used only because pixel art really can't foreshorten by 0.71, and 0.75 is a fairly decent approximation. But it's important to note here that this situation where both the z-axis and the y-axis are foreshortened by the same amount only happens when our axonometric projection is set to 45 degrees. So if this angle here is 45 degrees. If I lower my angle, suddenly my roof gets really squished, whereas my front starts losing that squish. So some top-down games uses this axonometric projection, but they aren't 3/4 axonometric. For instance, you might see a game with this type of view, where we see almost the entire roof, but the walls are really short. The walls are really foreshortened. Here I'm drawing this house at a 67.5 degree angle, instead of what we would get if I drew this house at a 45 degree angle. Both views are axonometric, but they also look quite different. Same projection, different angle. So what about our, but they also look...
Interesting. Interesting. I think, yeah, Terrafact is definitely more like that. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. I guess it varies in places, and that's probably why it looks weird sometimes. So I gotta not do that. But we'll see. Because yeah, this is like really side on the trees. But then this is not as side on, which makes it feel kind of weird. So IDK, bro. I'm just gonna keep drawing and see what happens.
Same projection, different angle. So what about our oblique projection though? Well, we still have a plane we're projecting the image onto. We still imagine that this is our canvas. But instead of our plane being angled like this, it's placed like this. Oblique just means our projection plane is skewed, so our projection line here is no longer orthogonal to the plane. So what happens if we're still looking at it from that 45 degree angle? But now our plane is parallel to the y-axis. Now we have a 45 degree angle here and a 45 degree angle here. Well, in an oblique projection, we actually also deal with a foreshortening factor. But this foreshortening factor is inversely proportional to the tangent of this angle. It just so happens that if our angle here is 45 degrees, then we get tan of 45, which is 1. So our foreshortening factor here is 1, and if we foreshorten the length of 1 by 1, we get 1. So when we draw in the most common top-down oblique projection, the x dimension is 1, the y dimension is 1, and the z dimension is 1. Basically, you draw any object as if you're looking at it from straight on. But you could technically have a different angle than 45 here, and if you do, your foreshortening factor will be different, and so your projection will be different. So we have two types of projection that kind of represent the same world. One with foreshortening and one without. So how do you tell the difference between the two? Well, the easiest way to spot if a game uses an oblique projection is to look for an object that should be completely round. So a cup. If the top of this cup is still round looking in game, if it's still a circle, then we're probably dealing with an oblique projection. So if you look at Stardew Valley, this window is circular, this stump is circular, these logs are circular, so it kind of looks like Stardew Valley uses an oblique projection. If we compare this with an axonometric projection, a circle would tend to look more elliptic like this. We have some foreshortening going on. So here in Fields of Mystria, these logs would probably naturally be kind of circular-like, but here they look elliptical. So it looks like Fields of Mystria uses an axonometric projection. So this is the idea of it. So it looks like Fields of Mystria be kind of going on. So here in Fields of Mystria, these logs would probably naturally be kind of circular-like, but here they look elliptical. So it looks like Fields of Mystria uses an axonometric projection. So this is the idea of it. But the thing that happens is that these rules are broken all the time. For starters, as I said, with an oblique projection, we expect cylindrical objects to look like circles on the top. And for an axonometric projection, we expect some foreshortening. But if you take a look at Fields of Mystria again, this is elliptical, this is also elliptical. There's definitely some foreshortening going on here. But here we have almost no foreshortening. Here there's definitely no foreshortening.
Yeah.
Except, nope, once again, this is very full.
Skill issue? Look at that. Yeah. I mean, I guess the more I think about it, the more I'm just like naturally trying to fit the perspective well and hold it. But if I did redraw these trees, honestly, they would probably be a little bit less side on. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I'm just gonna keep drawing, see what happens. Yeah, I'm curious just to watch this video though.
Foreshortened. This is somewhat foreshortened, whereas this is extremely foreshortened. Same thing also happens to Stardew Valley. This window is definitely not squished, whereas this bowl that I conveniently ignored earlier is definitely elliptical. So you can see that while we start out with a kind of simple projection rule, these two projections are mixed all the time. Sometimes it's axonometric, sometimes it's oblique, and these projections aren't just mixed between assets, but sometimes the same individual asset can have a weird projection if you stop and think about it. If we look back to our reasonable looking house that I showed earlier, when we projected this house with an oblique projection, our house got really long. And if you look at this house in Stardew Valley, well, it isn't long at all. So either they use a weird oblique projection, or this is an extremely short house. Further than the parallel projections start to be mixed. Even the basic idea that our lines are always parallel sometimes also start to break. Look at the angle of these houses. The lines here are clearly starting to point toward a vanishing point. They're not straight. So what they're trying to do here.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's got a bit of like perspective on it. So sorry, a bit of whatever the fuck you call that.
Point toward a vanishing point. They're not straight. So what they're trying to do here is fake extra depth by emulating traditional perspective. And the thing is,
Right.
that can be kind of cool. If we take our boring axonometric 45-degree house and just push in the walls a bit, the house actually
that's
starts
sick.
to look kind of nicer. The rest of the game is still axonometric, but we add some normal perspective to some objects here and there.
Yeah, that looks really awesome.
Just to spice up our game a bit. So while I started out by giving you the maths of these projections, the simple fact is that the artist creates the world, and the artist mainly cares about it looking nice. And that means that the artists often break these rules, either intentionally or unintentionally. You might think that this is a problem, but it can often be difficult to notice these errors unless you actively look for them. And as I said, with our house example, this incorrect version actually kind of looks nice. So there can often be a good reason to break the rules. And if you want to get technical about it, since the difference between these projections only affects our foreshortening, if our underlying world is weird looking, we can't even tell which projection we're dealing with. Why? Well, as I said, we've mostly been projecting this house from a 45-degree angle. But as I mentioned earlier, if we change the angle, we also change the amount we foreshorten the object. So for our other house I showed earlier, our angle here is 45-degree axonometric, the standard 3/4.
I'm curious how to do lighting for top down art.
Of walkable terrain. So I'm gonna that's not so bad though. That's okay. Cool. Not a bad start. This definitely needs like a ton more detail, you know, across all of the areas. You know, these trees are nothing yet. They're all just a big mess. To tell Link apart from the
Rewatch that video.
I'm Pen USB Mike, a pixel artist animator that has worked on games like Dome Keeper, Shogun Showdown, and right now, my own little project called Bullet Bunny. This tutorial is a condensed version. I release unedited versions on my itch.io, and for my Patreons, they can download it for free. Check out the
I
links
love
below.
this stuff. I took one of his asset packs for the conveyor belts in the game right now. I don't actually have them. Yeah, these guys. This is straight out of one of his packs, I think. I think it's the same guy. Pretty sure.
Like I said, they're unedited from start to finish, including mistakes, more information. I have about 20 tutorials banked up on itch.io that my patrons can access all of them for free. So check that out if you're interested. But yeah, let's get going. So this tutorial, I want to kind of go through the process of top-down, which I haven't done many tutorials on. We're going to be doing an attack, so swiping down and then kind of seeing how you can translate that attacking down to attacking up, which is very different, but there's a couple little things you can do that will make it easier. So right now I have this character. It's from my Stranded series that is slowly building up, but we have an idle down. Right now, kind of a move down, a roll, idle up, and move up. So slowly working on him, and I thought it would be great to go over.
This is cool. I'm gonna move to the art tab though.
Projection. It looks fine, but suppose I don't like how the side of the roof is cut off. and I want to see more of it. Well, as I showed you earlier, here we have a 6 to 7 degree angle, and now we see more of the roof. So less foreshortening on the roof, but there's significantly more foreshortening on the wall. But what happens if I take my house, which kind of, you can see that I'm just combating the foreshortening, obvious to them. So for some of you, this might look really off, but for some of you, you wouldn't give it a second thought. All of this that I've talked about will also relate to your characters. Take a look at this dog. What should you do if the design of this dog looks better inside view compared to 3/4 view? This dog is absurdly incorrect in this context. We have no top-down, only side view. But the question is, which version of the dog do you prefer? If it's too bad, people will complain and then you fix it. But if you feel like you don't know quite how to do this correctly, I wouldn't worry. It's better to get started and make something wrong than to not make anything. Eventually, you'll start to build something in terms of an asset, because I just made it more to
Yeah, TLDR, just get to work, bro. But that was an interesting little video. Interesting little video, dude. Alright, what was I in the middle of? Creating a spawner. Before I went on a weird tangent on how to do perspective and top down. I wanted to realize that I was doing it all along. Yeah, so I'm like kind of thinking that you just have this in the center of one of the chunks, and then the slimes just kind of spawn out of it constantly. Maybe. Like you just place it, just fucking plunk it down, and then and it's fucking slimes will come out, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, how we doing, chat? We go chat break, bro. What's happening, guys? Doghouse for slimes, yeah, dude. Lots of foreshortening going on in chat. Yeah, so. Oh man. I'm gonna need to stop streaming a little bit early today to try and edit that daily update. So I'll probably stop in a few hours. Skyrim OST is awesome. I listen to it when I go to the grocery store. I like that. Debating how to go about automating chests for the last progression item. Interesting. I wonder too. I wonder how. I didn't even check if it was possible. But in theory it should be. I think the thingo should work, the autocrafter. Heard the Saving Private Ryan OST. Yeah, just a bunch of gunshots. It's great. What's your opinion on camera zoom in platform 2D games? You're really just asking me anything, eh? Do I look like the kind of guy who has experience in camera zoom on platform 2D games? Hard part is going to be guessing proportion of each item to farm. Interesting. Okay. Train derailed by my house last night and I slept through it. Nice. What kind of game you making? Dunno, dude. It's one of them games, you know. We don't make games here. We just sit here and read chat. It's rare in Factorio. Yeah. That would be the easiest way to describe. That does the trick. I was trying to describe it to my mom yesterday. And I said, picture you're thrown naked into the woods and you have to rebuild civilization from scratch. It's not really an accurate description, but I feel like it's the easiest one I can think of to communicate it to someone who doesn't play video games. I don't know. All right. So, slime spawner. So we could plonk that guy right here and just have him kind of spit out slimes. Could work. Could work. Would it just literally be on like a fucking cooldown? I don't know. I guess you could just spawn it similar to how the Minecraft one spawns it, right? It would literally just be like a normal Minecraft kind of mob spawner, just kind of sitting here. It might be a bit weird. I don't know. Like, what happens when a player stumbles across that after buying a chunk? Like, oh shit. Now we be sliming. Well, okay. I guess the thing is, it's just a temporary thing until we replace it with the dungeons, right? So it doesn't really matter that it's like not perfect, right? It just needs to get in the game. So yeah, this plus, yo, spawn slime every 30 seconds, please fam, thanks. And check in a nearby radius if there is already slimes. If so, then don't spawn any, thanks. Okay, thanks. And that'll be that. I guess another question is like, should it make it so that at nighttime slimes spawn elsewhere in the world? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. Not sure. Kind of feel like at nighttime spawning them in would be cool as well. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, dude. So yeah, just being in a big world like this and then having enemies kind of come at the edges. It'll just give a lot of life to the world at nighttime, I think. Ow. That was violent. Why aren't drops working full stop? Oh, wait, I think I know. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well. Yeah, I made the sound effects with just by mashing shit together from a nice pack. Having loaded more of the game from playing, I had the impression the unloaded one off screen. It should keep things loaded. Yeah, I was actually running into that the other day. It seemed like it was breaking, so I'll have to look into that. Actually, yeah, it's probably one of those things where it's like I put the system in, but I didn't apply it to a bunch of the different things in the game. Yeah, like it's not on the conveyor belts. Let's see. So, the way everything works right now is that there's the entity cache that gets built. So that gives us all the entities in the game. And then there's the hot entities, and these are the ones that get updated. So, is on screen. Wait, oh, it's just a new line. Okay. Is on screen, or it's a building, then it's always hot. Now, the fact that it's a building should mean that the conveyor, yeah, should be fine. I'm not sure. Let's see. Update. Get hot entities. Update proc. I mean, like, in theory it should work, but it actually doesn't, so I wonder why. I'll have to look into that. Because from memory, like, it was totally just not moving fiber over conveyors when it was off screen. So I'll have to figure out what the go is there. No one get destroyed when you're near them? Right. Yeah, I'll have to test it properly later. Add that to the list. Figure out why off-screen mirror update. Okay. So, really, enemy spawning. Do enemy spawning. Yeah, so I'm just gonna like throw that in there and see what happens. Really, it's kind of my whole plan right now. The cube. Ground cube thing. I don't know what to call this. Maybe just spawner. Cube spawner. Spawner cube. That'll work. It's kind of my first real, like, world structure thing. Okay. So one, two, three, and then maybe on the fourth chunk. First chunk. First chunk you get slammed with slimes, bro. Yeah. Oh man, I'm tired today. Not enough caffeine. One, two, no, equal to 4. One, two, three. There it is. Why does the sickle let you select stuff? That's weird. I'll fix that. But yeah, that is the cube. Yes, the cube. Now, there's a bit of a problem in that it could, in theory, spawn on top of this, which would suck a little bit. I guess if it does, you could just make it so that the thing underneath is dirt. Kind of call it a day. I don't know. This is interesting. This is like structure generation in Minecraft, dude. Kind of nutty. Alright. Get tiles. Tile plus. do one of those. Brute force it. Okay, problem solved. Could also just make this generate randomly elsewhere. I don't know. Dude, I'm so excited to work on the dungeon crawling update. Holy fuck. I gotta rein myself in though, dude. Shit. That's gonna be sick. Just adding dimensions in general, it's gonna be awesome. Very excited. Imagine a dungeon, but you actually can go in and like once you conquer it, maybe start building inside it. I don't know. Or even just build in it, full stop. Kind of cool. Could be kind of cool, dude. Okay, well that's in, so that'll pop off on the 4th chunk, and then I guess just kind of have that happen. Okay. Ready for a nap, dude. Using focus editor a while back. Did you change the VS Code recently? Recently, no, but yeah. I did probably maybe like, I don't even know. 6 months ago maybe? Orvo? I don't know. But yeah. No LSP is kind of a deal breaker for me nowadays. Dude, I've used so many editors over the years. Yeah. Like Visual Studio. Probably started in Visual Studio. And did a bit of 4Coder. Then yeah, VS Code. And then back to 4Coder, then back to VS Code, and back to 4Coder. And then like... what else? Focus for a bit, yeah. Back to VS Code. It all ends in VS Code, dude. I've tried a bit of NeoVim. If I had the extra time and cared enough, I would spend some time getting a sick NeoVim setup. What was a fun use in Fall Cradle? Oh, that's probably my Randy GG fun. Yeah, I just don't have the time for it. I don't have the time to sacrifice productivity. Spend probably what would be equivalent to maybe like 4 full days collectively of productivity. I don't really want to make that trade just yet, because things are working fine enough for me with VS Code. I know my Vim bindings, so it would be fine on that front. But just the config, I would take so much time tinkering. And I would be in the middle of program and be like, ah, maybe I could do this, and then I'd go and try and do that, and then not program. And that would happen collectively for about 4 full-time days, off and on, over the course of maybe like 6 months. I don't know. I guess would I get an extra 4 days of happiness and good vibes back from it? Probably. So it is probably worth the trade. I just gotta do it at some point. Just gotta do it whenever I'm motivated enough to do it. It'll happen. The thing that would motivate me to do it would be VS Code completely breaking down on me at some point. And then I throw a hissy fit and go do that. It's like the pain threshold of me existing in VS Code has to go up high enough to be higher than the pain threshold of me moving over to NeoVim. Right now it is way lower. Not way lower. I would say NeoVim pain up here, VS Code pain maybe like here. It's really pushing it, dude. Fucking hate this piece of shit editor. Right, so to get this spawner working, shouldn't be too hard. Just basically say that's kind of it, honestly. So now I'm just gonna shit out slimes. if I delete this, bonk. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of have one off rip to battle. So yeah, that kind of feels pretty weird. Just having it be like an endless source of slimes. I don't know. Something just feels a bit off about it. Like I think even if I just crank the spawn rate up high enough, then could maybe just make the spawn rate decently high so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't really know what the fix is here. Because I mean, like, you could in theory just wall it off and it would be fine. And now you've like solved the problem of the slime spawning, but yeah, I don't know. It might be better to just spawn them during the nighttime. Or in general, after you unlock like 3 chunks. So once the 4th chunk unlocks, the slimes will just start spawning during the nighttime. You could say that. So like in general, it'll just kind of spawn off screen. You could even have it during the daytime. Just have them have less. Just have them have like decent aggro so they don't always just kind of come after you, because that would suck. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't like the idea of the slimes just spawning here. I don't know. It's not bad, actually, because it gives you a way to automate it. Maybe it would just happen in like the 5th chunk or something instead of the 4th. So it's like a little bit later game. I also just noticed something with this. This is totally a bug. Goes planes and total chunks equal 4. It's assuming that your 4th one is planes, so this will eat shit and die. So it kind of needs an external chunk data memory thing. Easiest solution would also just be to hard code it into a specific chunk. Actually, that's probably even better. Maybe. Ah yes, Spawner Cuba. My favorite. Like that could work. That would at least give you a way to automate the slimes, like at the very least, because eventually this is going to be a dungeon, right, that you're going to go in and run, and it'll overflow with slimes when you don't clear it. But for now, we can just have that effect of slime spawning, and that'll kind of work later, I guess. So I probably want to do the nighttime spawning as well very soon. I just don't know how to, like, the easiest thing is just say yo if it's less than 3 chunks, then don't spawn. I don't know. Could even just put a slime in maybe the third chunk to introduce the player. It's probably a good idea. Be like, ayo. Oh shit, man. And now slime starts spawning at night time, right? So that'll be good enough onboarding, I think. So now I'm just gonna do the slime spawning at night. If I had to guess. Slime chunk. Unlocked chunks slime spawn threshold. Three. So, I mean, yeah, just reuse the existing system that I had. Should be fine. Should be fine, dude. We'll see. I'm gonna get that in very shortly. Right after this very quick break. You could even have a slime nest, yeah. And then the player could also clear it if they wanted. And slime nests in general start spawning kind of randomly after the third chunk. So that way it's a bit better. Because right now I just have this fucking ominous dungeon structure. Which it just spawns in and you have no agency on moving it, which feels bad. Like that's the thing that actually feels bad. So if we kind of just replace this with a nest, then that probably would be fine. And then you would just go kill the nest, right? And like GG. Pretend that doesn't look like us. Yeah. That's probably a solution. Just kind of have these like slime eggs that grow up out of the ground even. Like, yeah, okay. So maybe you have, like it starts as like that and then it just kind of grows into a slime and now it's a living thing and it jumps around the world. That would be cool. So then you could probably also make it so that it's a specific block underneath it. That is the slime block, right? and it'll just grow a nest on it. Yeah, I like this. This is good. So on all the slime blocks, it just kind of has a random chance of sprouting up a nest, kind of like the glow shrooms, right? That would be hype as fuck. That would be sick. So the slimes would literally grow on top of it. So to clear a nest, you could go out and dig up all the blocks. I like it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good design. This, bad. Bad design. Square peg round hole, bro. Fuck out of here. We will eventually do the dungeons though, and that will be cool. And then that could be both. Me likey. Yeah, this will be sick. This will be fucking awesome, dude. Holy shit. Me likey. Thanks, Nelson. Also brings another decoration block. A decoration block that deadly spawns slimes. Yeah. We definitely need to add in way more decoration. Like, I do think that gold block decoration would be a good idea. So you can flaunt your wealth. Mob farms easy? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Real gains to be had of Neovim or personal enjoyment. Yeah, that's what I meant earlier by saying the long-term personal enjoyment would balance out the initial productivity hit. It would be good vibes, but I feel like I'm not horribly not enjoying programming in VS Code, so it's fine. Compressed form of the farmables would be nice. Interesting. Yeah, you could get like a cactus block, like Minecraft, and also use it as defense. That'd be cool. Iron copper, yeah. Yeah, one day. One day. I think the immediate problem is just solving the crisis of the money. Like when you sell a stack of carrots. At least it doesn't crash. I love this idea, dude. It's so good. Mob spawning plus actual decent constraints on it. Because I think at nighttime we'll still have the slimes kind of spawn in randomly. Maybe. I don't know. Could also just make it so that they don't. And then you could essentially create a peaceful world just by going in and destroying all the blocks. I don't know. Not sure. I'll have to experiment with it. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, boys. I'll be back in a jiffy, dude. I need to go have a nap, bro. Power nap? Question mark, question mark. Dude, it would be so cool to build a base with walls and then have the slimes have like spikes around the edges or something to fuck up the slimes. That'd be huge. Huge, dude. Huge. Alright. So, immediately for the next update, what I'm thinking. So we got slime block spawning. Night enemy spawning. Slime path finding. And wood walls. Bring back wood walls. That is going to be the next update. 0.19, I think. Yeah. So that'll bring back the nighttime. The nighttime vibes. Wood walls would be cool as well. Should be good. Wonder if we can grab a nice world. And just watch it whilst the stream is off. Peep at chaotic gravitation's world. Let it run. I wonder, where should it go? Here, maybe? We could sit here. Disconnect this, though. I like it. Very cozy. Well, it feels nice with the respawning of the mushrooms. Maybe I need to do the same thing for grass as well. Probably do at some point. Yeah. Alright. I'll be back, boys. BLB. Alright, take that back. What we got? A save error. Which is interesting. Wonder what's happening there.
I like money.
Make game.
Make game. Make game. Something totally fucked is happening here. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's wild. Bob, thank you, brother, for the 10. Send current save? No, I mean, I'm curious why it's crashing now, because that's definitely a bug. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. But thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. 10 smackaroonies. Should we bring back the decimal on the day counter? Man, yeah, I'm gonna have to debug the shit out of that. It might be there might actually be a bug in Cball, because I was reading the changelog of Odin, and at some point they patched a overflow bug, I think. I'm not sure when though. So it might have something to do with that, but I'm not sure. Not sure. Well, hope it doesn't happen again. But if it does, then that'll actually be good, because I'll be able to fix it if it's nice and recreatable. But yeah, that was happening on the backup. So it was doing a backup save, and it shit the bed. But hey, I guess we'll see. I'll just let it run and hope that it doesn't happen. We'll see, dude. Yeah. Yo. Just had a quick power nap, bro. Good to go. Well, it didn't crash. That's good. Love to see it. Alright. And I'm excited for bed tonight, dude. Okay, so what I want to get done is really as much as possible with the next, we got around an hour or two left, probably 2 hours, and then I'll hop off to edit some stuff. Yeah, I want to get the slime block spawning in, because that will be huge. Absolutely huge. So yeah, I basically just want to do this. I'll prototype it out like that. I think. Alright. Let's go over to the tile set heaven. Crank the shit out of this guy, dude. Let's go, bro. Dude, what was this? Just a guideline. Yeah, just a guideline thing. Okay, well, I'm going to use it. Going to make a new tile set. Call it slime block. And I'll make one real quick. So we want to manual and reuse. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 15, sorry. 1 through to 15, that's what we want. So let's just can I make it use other layers? I don't know. Yeah. What if I should leave that on? I'm not sure. We'll see. But yeah, that should be the slime block. Should be very nice. 15. Swap in a manual. Kick that puppy in a manual, bro. And then we'll, so that, and then just darker and darker. Around the edges. I could probably get away with this. Not sure. Can make it look good later. Just kind of speed run it. Cool. Export that puppy. Should be a nice little tile map layer. Yep. Slime block tile set. Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna need a little icon preview for this guy. Little slime block. I wish I could try and find stuff in here with a Control F. I don't know where the blocks are. Where the blocks at, though? There's one here. That's dirt. But, oh well. Is what it is. Yeah, good enough. Slime block icon. All right. So let's get that in. Basically just have a new tile called slime. What am I calling it? Slime block tile set. It's going to be exactly like the stone block. I don't know if I want to be able to craft it. I'll probably just yeet that. I'll probably do the trick. So I wonder. So our third chunk, just kind of randomly spawn some stuff in. I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna do this. Because I almost need like some Perlin noise to make it look good if I'm actually generating it. I could do it by hand. That's probably what I'll do. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it by hand. Just like the water. So we'll just have one of these for the slime. Very nice. Now it might be a bit tricky because like I can't really do it in any of these areas, although I could. Because the player could unlock them off rip and get kind of fucked. So maybe I kind of want to be a little bit strategic about the placements.
I like money.
How much to oil up on stream, bald man?
What higher than $5, bro? But for you, Aldous, you can get that for free anytime, man. Coffee donations are included in the Runway spreadsheet. Yes. So we can smack that up. Just this decimal doesn't show. Combat is in. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to spawn the enemies. So what I've decided on, because eventually I'm gonna have some epic dungeon, right? This will just be a portal into another dimension, seamlessly walk through it, Portal 2 style, and you're in the dungeon. That got me thinking, okay, well maybe we just make a little mini dungeon that you can't enter yet, that spawns them, but that sucked. So now I'm making it so that they will just come off of blocks. So it'll be kind of like nests. And yeah, they will grow out of these blocks. Like outgrowths, and then spawn into slimes. So right now I'm just designing out where these blocks are going to be. But yeah, so the first 4 chunks of the player unlocks shouldn't have any slimes in them, I don't think. At least the cardinal ones. But you could just, in theory, get it on the 3rd try, which is fine. And then yeah, probably just keep kind of cranking these around, I guess. I don't really know. But in theory, you know, it should just be like a bunch.
I like money.
$5 to the oiled stream.
Chill, bro. What have you done, Aldous? What have you done, man? The date's correct? Yeah. It should be. Why would they not be? That's the date today, right? Thanks for the $5 to the oiled bold stream of the 500,000 GoFundMe mark. 500,000 oiling up on stream, dude. It's gonna be great. I'm excited. Personally, I'm pretty excited for it. Yeah, I would love to just automate this with Pearl Noise, but for now, we're just gonna kind of ship it like that. Grip and ship. Slime block gonna be slippery. Yo, you could totally increase friction. Well, sorry, decrease the shit out of it on the slime block. That'd be kind of huge, dude. NGL no cap, bro. Me likey. Fucking slip and slide. Alright, let me see where this shit's at. In fact, I'm gonna search the code base based on the color. Just how I roll, dude. Here we go. Pretty sure that's it. This guy right here. If I had to guess. Yeah. Water. Slime. Paste that puppy in. Top map. So now in the gen, should be top. Generate chunks, generate tiles, gen tile data, add position, tile data. If tile data equal water, there we go. So now if tile gen data dot top map equal slime, tile dot kind equal slime. Yes. It's slime time. Dude, I'm about to slime everywhere, bro. Look at that. Dude, it's time to slime, bro. Fuck. Alright. Getting rid of that for the time being. Fuck the spawner cube, dude. Fuck the spawner cube. Alright. Perfect. Look at that beautiful slimage. Yes. Okay. So, in theory, that is slime. I fucked up the tile set somehow, though. Or this. Yeah. My bad, bro. Forgive me. There we go. Okay. So that should be some pretty good slimage, dude. Make it look pretty later. All in all, should be good though. Probably reference the cobble I did. Yeah, so I started off with the base of this, and then I kind of just went over the edge to texture it. Which is pretty chill. Should be fine, bro. Should be some pretty good sliming right there. 10 out of 10 with slime again. Yeah, should be chill. Should be pretty chill, bro. I like it. Bottom left. Corner is fucked up. Ah. Ah. I see. Alright, I don't know why I'm trying to detail this, but that's shippable now, I guess. Huge. Nice slime block. I wonder how many frames the cracks animation has. Horse mode activate. I don't know, dude. But anyway, I'm thinking the slimy boys spawn here. Now, I guess it's a question of, do they grow out of the slime or do they just randomly spawn on the slime? IDK, bro. IDK. Could probably be one of those things where maybe actually reuse the glow root system to just directly spawn the slime on top. Maybe. Could do. Could do, dude. Not sure. It's got a nice rhythm to it. I like ye. These two should kind of connect though. Ah, no they don't. Let me see. Nice. I'll have to make that look better. I don't think I got the colors right, but... not half bad, I do believe. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I could just do one of these, dude. Just literally throw in the glow root plant, say that it regenerates, but instead of a plant, it's a slime. Yeah. Radius of 3. Sure. Not like it really matters, but you can always just run it. In theory, that should work, and slime should get spawned. In practice, not so much. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Our glue root plant doesn't have the is right tile thing set. Or does, but it doesn't. Hold up. Is right tile. Yeah, this doesn't even touch that. Wild. That should fix the glue root spawning on the wrong shit issue, maybe. Ding, 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 ding. I don't know why that isn't doing anything. Oh shit. Oh, it's over. It's over, dude. Oh no. Oh fuck. It's so Jova. It's the slime apocalypse. Fuck. Oh no. Oh, that's fun, man. I like that. I like it, bro. Alright, is right tile. Okay, take two. Yeah. They're now spawning from the slimes. Oh, that's huge. That is fucking huge. Look at that. Every 4 seconds, one will just spawn in. Fuck yes. Alright, GG. GG, dude. I don't know what the rate of this guy should be. Maybe like I don't know, every 15 to 60 seconds per chunk. We'll have to tune it, but we'll make it 30 and then just crank it at nighttime. I don't know. Not sure. But in theory, we should also just see one slime get spawned in for each of these chunks. So yeah, you can see that kind of happening there. What was I doing that? Yeah, we got rid of that special case, because yeah, now the slime should just work. So it should just spawn on top of the thing. Yeah, nice. Oh shit. Alright, let me inverse this a bit. So we'll say count something like 5 or whatever on the radius 2. So basically the more slime blocks, the more slimes. I don't think that radius thing worked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it kind of doesn't work because it needs to do, like, the whole system is based off it not being a moving thing. So it tries to look in the tile to see if there's anything stored. There's nothing stored because, you know, it's a moving thing. So I don't know what the solution there is. Aside from maybe just not. Yeah, I don't know. Just have one per. Should be fine. Gotta make him not go off into the void. So yeah, if you want to stop them from spawning, you can just kind of go in and do this. I gotta make digging way more satisfying. It's so debug right now. It's so prototypey. Me no likey. Oh shit. Oh shit, man. It's a slime. Oh shit. Nice. Sweet. That totally solves the problem, I think. I think that's totally spawning. I don't know. We'd kind of just sit here and see what happens, but like that should be fine. And I do kind of want to encourage you to build a wall and a base. So I think I also just want to spawn slimes at nighttime no matter what. So how would the nighttime spawn algo look? Would it just be increasing the spawn rate from the... No, you can't do it from the patches, because then they would not spawn. I mean, I could just fall back on my other one, I think. Can you make dirt in a compactor? Yeah, you can. Cool. Maybe we should give slime blocks a crafting recipe of goop. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. In a block packer, if you pack 4 goop, you get a slime. In fact, I actually like the idea of stuff going from blocks a lot. I might replace this entire iron thing. Instead of seeds, just replace it with a block that grows stuff up from the block. It would be a small difference, but an interesting one, I think. And maybe like, I don't know. Early game, you can't pick it up. Like, you pick it up and it just gives you dirt. But then if you get something like Silk Touch, then you can pick it up. I don't know. That's kind of stupid. But not all my ideas are good, alright? I would say the majority of them are kind of fucking brain dead. That's the name of the game, though. Shit out ideas. Throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, having the slime spawn kind of gives like an interesting feel to things. I wonder if like you could maybe do some kind of tiered shovel thing where you can't dig it up until you got the next tier of shovel. I don't know. Could be interesting. Because then like you'd kind of have to deal with them until you get a high enough tech. I mean, that's kind of the case already. If you don't have a shovel, then yeah, early game you kind of don't have one. So, that's fine. Yeah, you could probably do like an efficiency thing. Like, it just takes a really long time to dig with a sudden shovel. I don't know. Obsidian style. Yeah. Just sitting here and like killing slimes feels really good. I like it. It's given like a slightly different axis of gameplay to the game. Other than just going around farming stuff, you now also, you gotta switch to your other weapon and just make sure you whack it, which is really cool. I like it. So they're a nice annoyance early game, but you know that you can dig them up with the shovel. So they stop being an annoyance in your brain because it's an annoyance that can be solved. Which is good. Now what about nighttime? What about nighttime? Axe is way too OP. Or you can sell goop. Oh, the violence shards. Oh shit. What was I gonna do that for? What do I have that used for? I think it was just in some crafting recipes. I'm just having a lot of fun just existing and whacking slimes, dude. Very satisfying. Yeah, so I guess what happens if you dig it all up? Wait, why ain't slime spawning? What happened? I don't know. Oh, it's getting unlucky. Okay. Yeah. So I just have a massive urge to make a wall now, so that I can stop getting whacked by slimes. It would be excellent. Also, regenerating health within the walls would be great. To give a little cozy buff, dude. Actually, just regenerating next to campfire would be great. That would be pretty huge. I like that. You could even do some like cellular automata style like warmth radiation. How you divide the world up into the tiles, right? And then just for each tile, you just kind of radiate warmth out. So then if you actually build a base and enclose it, then the warmth would stay in. It wouldn't really make much sense unless you had like roofs being placed down as well, but it could be interesting. Yeah, I think if player is within certain radius of campfire, we regen. That would be excellent. Also, I'll take a little look see at the cycle. Oh, sorry, the spawn. It's disabled, but we can get rid of that. Should be on. Yep. So it's a limit globally for the amount of mobs, which I guess is fine. Yeah, that needs to be reworked, but it should be good enough for the slimes, honestly. Like I tuned this pretty well from memory, so should be able to just rip it. And we'll also say if unlocked chunks slime spawn threshold, if the unlocked chunks, the length is less than the spawn threshold is greater than that. Greater than or equal to that. So if 3 is greater than or equal to 3, 3 greater than or equal to 4, 3 greater than, yep, okay. Greater than or equal to. If it's not, then return. Or really, you know, I don't know why I did this so backwards, but it's the same as this. Is if 3 is less than 3, false, return. Wait. 4 is less than 3. No. Don't return. 3 is less, okay, 2 is less than 3, true, return. 3 is less than 3, no. Don't. Okay, yeah, that should work. Skip spawning until we've unlocked enough chunkies. Cool. So I think if I do that plus kind of just dig up all of these guys out here. Let me simplify the world a bit. Delete this. So, dig this guy up. Oh shit. They're spawning in, bro. Oh, fuck. Right, they don't have a cap on doing it at nighttime. They also have 0 chill because I didn't have the chunk system back then. Or I didn't have the fixed world back in. So do one of those. And then, what do we got? Yeah, it's just doing a random spawn radius from the player. Which I would say, if can spawn, Yeah. Okay, cool. Slime constraints. Oh, gotcha. I see. I see, my friend. So also, let me go to this. Really want to make sure that the pause isn't in the void. I used to have this a while ago. Pause. Probably got rid of it though. It's pretty easy though. Let me just... Let's redo that real quick. Is pause in void? So if it's in the unlocked chunks, or if it's not in the unlocked chunks, then it's in the void. So that should stop them from doing that and just kind of spawning in the void. Okay, or not. I guess the homies be vibin'. This should kind of also be in the constraints. Okay. So I wonder why that's actually doing anything. Maybe it's because it's already spawned a bunch of them off screen. No. I guess let me break on it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was totally just messing up my it's not nighttime. Right, it's not nighttime. Okay, so they'll kind of come at the edges, which is cool. But if you kind of just stay in the middle here, then you should be fine. They shouldn't actually spawn, because you're seeing the whole screen. So, I mean, in theory, you could actually just not even lock the amount of chunks. Oh, maybe. No, because as soon as you have two, you could run all the way to the edge, and you could get one to spawn in over here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that feels like a good enough algo. Probably shippable. So next on the docket is pathfinding for these guys and making it not shit. It's been a long time coming. I did pathfinding a while ago. It was horrible, and it scarred me. Not that the code was bad, but just what I managed to pull off was fucking terrible. And I never wanted to go back to it again. Yeah, this feels alright. I like this. I mean, it's also spawning in some stuff from these guys as well. So maybe at nighttime the spawn rate's a bit too high. I don't know. It would depend on some things. So you end up getting a lot of goop very quickly. You almost want to like let me make this 10. Also, let's go to the goop. I think I'll probably disable returning the violent shards for now. I think I will. Where is the goop? Thank you. Man, it's getting fucking hard to navigate this entire massive thing. That's actually not a bad sprite. That is even better. Okay. What next? I'm gonna push that up. I'm gonna call that slime block plus spawning. That is a tremendous win. It's funny how it just keeps shuffling shit around. Cool. People at Microsoft are clearly working hard. Alright. Yes, control whatever you want, save, it's in the game. Got a good workflow. Just hit 24 hours on the playtest. Wow, that's insane. Delete some chunks to get access to slimes? Yeah, yeah. Probably do some like in-game thing where you reset chunks, but no, for now I just delete it. Do some surgery. Just be careful not to delete the one the plate is in, or it's over. You look like a vibe coder to me? Yeah, dude. I vibe code all day, every day, man. In fact, I'm actually about to do quite a bit of vibe coding. Oh, yeah. A while back. I'll actually look at that once I commit this up. Let's see. Boop, up you go. Pathfinding. So I was pretty jaded with the pathfinding. So I asked Cursor 3 days ago, yo fam, how would I go about improving the pathfinding? And then as a prompt, how's Minecraft doing its pathfinding? Having trouble getting mine to look good. Problem seems to be blah 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 blah. So movement selection picks for 10 random blocks. Sure, that's fine. But actually this would be cool. This could like give them some pretty nice AI, I think. Like hostile mobs prefer like the dark areas, which is cool. But anyway. Subtile resolution for smoother movement, and then a directional movement. So my problem was actually that it was way too chunky and it didn't have diagonal movement, and that was kind of the entire reason why it was bad. So literally just adding that in would probably solve the problem. And yeah, to improve performance, I just reduce the frequency that it calculates paths. So that'd be fine. So yeah, that would improve the pathfinding, honestly. That would be pretty bussin'. Damn, bro, I thought you had a meltdown and quit YouTube after creating a per pixel terrain simulation. I have a meltdown every single day of my life, but I keep going. Can't even imagine how you've done that. I'll show you. So there's a script in Sprite. Everything's on layers, right? So this is a layer, and each layer is named something. I have an Sprite script, which whenever I run it, it just takes the layer name and whatever the thing is, and just exports that tightly, right? Wait be so far. And then from there, that just exports it to here, into a big old dump of res. You can see a little slime here. You can actually see the slime block icon right here. There you go. Standalone. At runtime, it takes all of these and packs them into this Alice. So now it knows where it is in the atlas and all that kind of shit. And then it's just there. Then you just use it, bro. That's it. GG. Quite simple. Was a right, pathfinding. So I think it's time to get a little bit silly with it, dude. Let's get a tiny little bit silly with it. So I gotta fucking dust off this shit and figure it out. Dust this shit off, dude. So we call this function pathfind to position. And it'll do its thing. In theory, this should just work. Current, target, Bob's your uncle. So here we go. Move to target. So this direction is the thing that we're gonna pathfind in. So right now it's just a simple straight line to it. But if we just swap in a pathfind to position, so we go e.pos and then target pos, then we will use that directly. Let's see what happens. So it would actually only need to pathfind the moment it tries to fling in a direction, which could be a bit of a problem, but we'll see. So I don't know how I'm gonna debug visualize that shit. I mean, I could do could do some stuff. Slime is actually kind of almost a really nice example. So it's not doing it every frame. So I kind of just need to visualize this somehow. This. Space. What's happening here? There we go. That pathfinding is totally working. Look, it just pathed around the tree. Off rip. Already done, dude. It's GG. Except it can only go in directions and the slime is kind of fucking dumb, so this is gonna be a doozy. Well, this is going to be the perfect test of trying to figure out how to make it good, so it'll be fun. It'll be good, dude. Alright. So, let's crank this shit. I might also get something that continuously walks. I might actually bring Stumpy back in. This might be a tomorrow thing though. I think tomorrow might be the day of the path. And we'll get the slime pathfinding working in conjunction with something that walks continuously like Stumpy. For all the OGs who remember Stumpy. And then, yeah, tomorrow will just be a grind to get pathfinding good. And by the end of it, it should be sexy as hell. And excellent and shippable. So, slime block enemy spawning is done. Same with that. Yep, and then we can bring back the walls and stop things from pathing to you when you're inside your home base. So then it feels extra cozy because there's no monsters like running around outside your base and being annoying. Well, they are running around, they're just not noticing you and they don't care. Because I can't path too. So that should be awesome. I'm excited for that. And then that'll be the next version. I believe. I do believe. But I think I might hop off now and go edit the daily update. So, should be good. Alright. That was a successful start to the week. be back tomorrow. Adios, amigos. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.